קרוב אליי.
יש בלונג דורס.
2 במיד, קרובים. במיד.
שאף יקבל טאפ. outside long, בלונג אולי.
מה זה חרא הזה?
maybe long. maybe.
לונג פושינג, לונג.
יש טופ מיד, צד ימין, צד שמאל ולואוור טאנל. נייס לואוור מיד.
מידל.
יש
got a
עוד
bomb, you
אחד
got a
בטופ
bomb.
מיד היה.
או
היה
נוט?
עוד אחד בטופ מיד. מה? לא היה בום?
אני חשבתי זה היה בום, זה לא בום.
היה בטופ מיד.
אני שמעתי גם נפילה של בום.
יש בקר, היה. טוב. על הסייט.
הוא רצה בוסט מה?
אז אחד ב-A, אחד במיד.
אחד ראמפ.
לונג.
זה קרוע לי? איזה
יואו, הוא
בייטר הוא?
משחק איתי על פריפיירים, זה כזה מגן.
סנא למה הוא ביקש ממך מלוג? עמית?
הוא רצה בוסט.
כן, אבל סנא לב איפה?
הוא מטומטם קצת, מה אני אגיד לך?
איפה הוא ביקש את הבוס?
קצת אבל בבי. והם כבר פרצו ל-A.
Save your money, folks. מה נראה לי לונג הפעם?
בי.
בי פלאשים.
כשאני עוזב, נקרא ספונט שלא קשור.
טופ מיד נקי. מיד נקי.
כן, יש אצלו בטאנל. לא, it's your teammate.
היה שם עוד אחד עם האופ.
יש לך נשק, לא?
עוד 2 בטאנל.
אין פה נשק. הם הולכים אליו.
2 לא. הם הולכים למידול.
יופ, ויש סמוק פה.
הם למטה, יורדים למטה.
הם ילכו לשורט. אני מפחד. מה? מה שלא? יש קרוב אליי?
בשורט.
אני גרוע. אני לא יכול לפגוע. 2 בשורט אני צריך לו. אני מת. אחד בסיטי? מאיפה הרג אותי?
בשורט.
נשאר, ראו אותך. טיפה.
כן, כנראה.
נכון. טוב.
נייס. איזה קלוץ'. בונג'ור.
הלו.
הלו.
בן. שלום.
How you
איפה?
doing?
משהו.
סבבה.
There is no stopping us. Huh? Good bro.
סייד אחד. נייס. בוא נראה אם יש אפר פאנל. לא, be clear.
outside long 2. Bomb 3.
טופ מיד.
קרוב אליי.
אתה מדבר מהטלפון?
לא, זה האוזניות החדשות.
כן. את האוזניות?
כן, הביאו לי מאילת. מתנה. אמא, תמות, יחרה. טאפ מיד, רייט סייד.
איזה אוזניות?
סוני, אלה כמו של רום, רק הגרסה החדשה יותר. יצא 5 במקום 4.
הטופ מיד? הוא בא לעשות לי פריפייר, בדיוק זזתי אחי.
זה כנראה ריק.
כזה צ'יטר.
בוא נראה.
את המיקרופון שלך חסר לו בס. זה נשמע חלול, כאילו אתה מתוך טיוב.
זה, איך קוראים לזה? זה מיקרופון בתוך האוזניות כנראה, כי לא ראיתי אותו יוצא או משהו.
too long.
זה השניים האחרונים. נייס. יש בומבה, והוא עדיין שם. מסכן. דיגל. הופ.
כן, מה אנשים יש עכשיו בפותו ואקזל?
יש לך עם 4 מיט.
אומייגוד.
of course.
גוט.
145,000 אנשים מהמשחק לא דלוק.
maybe one more A.
אני מבין שפיווי אנשים
את פעם יצא ליגה?
השרתים עדיין לא עלו.
לא, אבל את פעם יצא ליגה כאילו חדשה.
כן. זה נראה כאילו כמו ליגה מטורפת.
מה זה?
בפותו ואקזל.
אקזייל.
אתה אשכרה בונה עיר.
שורט נכנס.
Oh, is it timing? I killed them. Detroit. Calm down.
יש לך בום בשורט.
יש עוד אחד בפנים, נייס.
הרגתי אחד.
כן. אחרון, אני לא יודע. זרי כזה. סטופ ליט.
טוב.
מסכן.
יש 25 אנשים בווייס שיט שם.
She's hardened.
שמישהו יביא לו איקי בראש. פלפל.
בן, זה זמן טוב להיכנס למשחק אגב.
ככה לא FPOE.
טוב מיד.
אף אחד לא אוהב.
אני לא FPOE, ניסיתי כמה פעמים.
למה? קשה מדי?
לא יודע, לא הצלחתי להתחבר, זה משעמם ההתחלה, איטית כזה, לא יודע, קשה לי. כאילו, אני לא מבין למה לא יכולו לעשות את זה כמו בדיאבלו, שאתה פעם אחת תסיים את הסטורי, ואז כאילו... לא יודע.
איפה החמרים האלה? יש באקסבוקס?
כן, אחד באקסבוקס.
הם הסמיקו אותי? לא, זה דיקוי. אבל הם לא עולים.
שורט.
כן, אני מגיע רגע. נייס. דלת. אוקיי.
יס. אני אחדש פה.
איזי. לא צריך יותר מזה.
וואלה. אני אשמח
הנה,
להיות.
חשבתי שזה האויב יוצא כזה, הנה הצ'יטים.
אין לי מקום.
אתה זורק את הדיקוי שהוא הביא לך?
אופס. טוב, נו. כמה רימונים יש שם. וגם נשקים. זה לא ראונד אחרון. יש לך כסף, לא משנה. זה זוסי? יפ. נכון, אפשר להרים הכל. גנבתי גם זוס. מתי הוא לא צריך טוב? אוקיי. מעניין. טימית שלו, טוקסיק, זה...
הוא היה בהתחלה קצת טוקסיק.
לעומת,
הוא טוקסיק, הוא קילל אותנו בצ'אט בגרמנית.
בדיוק. one low HP internal, two lower. יש 2 בלואר, 1, טוב, לא 2, 1 בלואר, 1 upper, אבל 1 לא.
טאנל ומחוץ לטאנל. רוצה לא מענקי, אלא אם כן הם עברו לשם עכשיו.
וואו.
היי.
אחי, מישהו עשה לי פריפר בתוך הסמוק.
הם שמו סמוק בבידורס.
כדור אחרון.
פאק.
הטימית בכלל בטיספון מטייל.
סרימון.
אמרו לו שמר את ה...
2 בי, 2, עוד אחד.
בום. כן, במס בי.
איך לא פגעתי?
טוב.
הייתי אמור לפגוע
בום נפלה קרוב,
בקודם.
לא שהם הרימו.
כן.
איפה בום?
בום אצלנו. לא, היא לא אצלנו.
עדיין? לא, היא לא. בדיוק.
לא יותר?
לא,
מידל
כן,
בי.
מיד
היא יותר אצלנו.
חלמתי, הוא אומר, לא.
אחד מיד בי.
איפה הצהוב ההבל הזה?
יצא,
מחוץ לבי בכיוון T.
הוא יצא.
הוא
ביבי.
יצא, הוא ברח. כן, יש לכם אבל את הבום פה, לא?
כן.
שם וולי.
פרץ! הוא עומד על האש.
הוא לא יודע לחפות את הבן אדם.
נעמד על האש בחור.
בצורה מיוחדת.
הוא בייטר.
לביתו.
הוא בייטר.
היית לא נכון, מה אתה קונה אופ, אתה צריך MG.
MG?
נגב.
כאילו, קניתי לך מתנה. לא, אתה צריך להשתמש בשלי, מתנה.
טוב רגע.
סורי, אני שמן. מולי, טוב. ביי.
הוא קרוב.
את הבום.
וואט דה פאק אחי, העלית איזה משחק הזוי, הוא בוט אבל הוא משחק מוזר. יש לו טיימינגים
עזוב, שקראו לזה.
הזויים.
ראית מישהו?
לונג אחד
ימין,
פרץ.
בלונג. טוב. איפה
אחד לונג, אחד לונג. אני ברחתי.
אני מגיע מהשורט. עוד לא נראה לך, שם פלאש. 2 בלונג.
יואו.
איזה גרוע זה.
הפסדנו בגלל קידו.
שקט. רחוק עדיין?
לא יודע.
לא הבנתי איפה בהתחלה.
הוא היה רחוק מול הפיט.
הוא קרוב. הוא צ'יטר, הוא יודע, הוא יכול
לבד,
לשחק
לבד.
איתי.
אתה לבד.
אחי,
נצלק.
הוא ניסה
זה
להרוג
סיבוב
אותי
על
עם הוול,
קידו.
הכל
בגלל
בא לי
העמית.
מהצד.
זה סיבוב על קידו. הוא חשמל אותי, אני אעשה לכם
אתם לא
ריפליי.
אמיתיים, יאללה, אתכם אין לי כוח.
אני אעשה לכם ריפליי.
הנגב עבד.
מרק פשוט ביקש...
על מי אתה מדבר? פה האנשים שלו פה.
לא, הוא הולך למות שמה. I'm watching. I see one on catwalk.
one tunnel.
איך הוא לא? וואו. מה הסיכוי שיביא לי את הגוש הזה? שוט לא.
בתוך בפנים
טונל.
כבר.
כן.
הוא נכנס.
אחד בטופ מטאפ.
סליחה?
יש לו אוטו סנייפר.
מה זה היה עכשיו?
לא שיש לו עוד הסנפר.
כן. כדור של דיגל הורג.
איפה?
הוא היה בצד ימין נראה לי. מעניין.
I did.
יש 2 במיד.
זה פייל!
אחד עם האוטו סנייפר.
אני חשבתי הוא יצא תמיד אל בי שניהם.
הוא 10 HP.
sorry guys, I suck.
אני הייתי בטוח, האינפו 2 במיד זה מידל בי אלה שיצאו, כאילו שמידל בי שיצאו.
לא.
Yes, it's my fault. The game is on me. Because I Zust Amit. The green guy, you see him? I Zust him.
גרין, what you doing,
One
גרין?
suicide.
Green, what you doing? אוח! הרגתי לך את הראש. אני יודע.
I am tall. No, I'm not.
בום 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 בום.
Bomb long doors.
בומבוס.
הם שמו מולי על הבום.
אני חושב שאני איזה...
One still
יש לך שם
suicide.
AK אם תצליח להביא אותו.
כן, הם שמו ניד שהעיף אותו.
לא יש לי מאוד.
הוא עדיין
אחד
שם.
קרוב שמאלה.
Fuck! One outside long, one T-spawn. Nice. Nice. Let's go HP, let's go.
הוא ניסה לקחת את הבום.
כן.
יש לי 9 כדורים.
הוא היה באוטסייד לונג אחרון איפה שהוא נעלם.
יש לי את הבום עדיין.
לא, בוא.
ג'י.
let's go.
מזל שזה לא תיקו.
אם לא היה תיקו, לקחנו בסוף. וואו, level 9.
חר משחק.
was easy like your mom. היי עמית. אלמן.
אלמן?
אמרתי להם שענן זה קל הרי.
איש
זה
וקינג.
היה...
קינג אוף שט. השם שלו זה מלך?
אתה וויץ'.
וויץ'.
זהו?
חינוך?
נראה שכן.
אוקיי. Fair. Fair.
טוב, תודה רבה על המשחקים. לילה טוב.
בבקשה, היה כיף.
לילה.
אפשר גם.
יאללה בוא. מה? היי.
הענג.
היה כיף?
נסה לבדוק אם אתה יכול למשוך את המיקרופון החוצה או משהו, אתה נשמע הכי...
אני לא רואה
נוראי.
מיקרופון.
זה נוראי.
מעניין.
תנסה אולי לבדוק, לא יודע, בהגדרות אולי.
אין הגדרות פה.
לא, כאילו בתוכנה, משהו, לא יודע, סדר לו את הפס.
זה בלוטוס, אין תוכנה פה. זה בריאות. improve microphone performance. מה הם אומרים פה?
The first descendant.
רגע, רום, אתה משתמש במוד מייק?
או משתמש לרוב במוד מייק, אלא אם כן או לא.
אז אתה לא מחבר את המוד מייק פשוט.
כי לא בא לי להדליק עכשיו את המיקרופון וזה. זה אוזניות חדשות, לא בא לי ישר...
זה נשמע נוראי.
הבנתי מלהרג שזה לא... כאילו זה ברור.
זה נשמע יותר גרוע, זה ברור, אבל זה יותר גרוע מה... תשמע, יש כאילו אתה מדבר מהטלפון.
יותר גרוע מהפלאפון?
כן.
מאפל דרך טיפה.
אבל אמרתם, הבנתי חסר בס, אז גם מאפל זה הגיוני כי זה כנראה מיקרופון בתוך האוזניות. השאלה זה...
זה עמום, כאילו אתה מדבר בתוך חדר אמבטיה.
הגיוני. איפה הוא נמצא בכלל? כי הוא לא פולבל. פיזית לא רואים אותו, הוא בפנים. זה כנראה למה אתם שומעים המון.
נראה לי שאתה שומע קצת שונה מאיתנו.
מה, אתה שומע בסדר?
אני שומע בסדר.
לא, זה לא האוזניות שרציתי.
למה שאני רואה יחידי שנשמע שונה מכל הזה.
כי בעינינו נשמע בסדר. מלוק. עמית. קוראים לו מלוק, אבל הוא לא מוכן לענות לי כשאני קורא לו מלוק. אז אני קורא לו עמית. אז אני קורא לו מלוק עמית.
את קידו אני לא שומע שונה, אותך אני שומע תמיד כמו שמעתי תמיד. כולה שומע כמו שמעתי תמיד, אותו אני שומע כאילו בחדר אמבטיה.
עמית! כן.
אבל זה עלה לך.
על פיה, מאילת.
1,300 לא כזה, נורא.
1,000 באילת.
זהו.
אליי?
כן.
הבנתי.
בלי
כן,
בלי
זה...
מע"מ.
יפ, בדיוק. כן, זה 1,000 שקל, ומבחינת איכות זה דווקא אוזניות מטורפות. הנויס
20
קנצלינג
דקות עד
מגניב.
שהשרתים עולים.
20 דקות.
אם אמר שאתה צריך
אני-
להתחבר, בטח יהיה לך לונג טיים queue או משהו כזה.
לא, אני 19,000.
יש סיכוי. טוב, דקה אני בא.
הם פתחו את הלוגין queue מלפני שהם פתחו את השרתים של ה...
כן,
זה?
אתה פשוט בקיו עד שהשרתים עולים.
סבבה.
יש איזה... לא כולל, כאילו, רק סטים, יש כרגע 154,000 אנשים בקיו. למזלי אני 19,000.
לא.
כמה אנשים מחוברים אמרת בסטים?
רק בסטים 154,000.
פשי!
יש הרבה אנשים שלא משתמשים בסטים גם, כאילו הרבה, גם הקונסולות. אבל הקיו פה די זריז, כאילו השרתים שלהם טובים, יודעים מה הם עושים. אז זה לא משנה כמה אנשים יש כל כך.
לא בוטין. מה שלומך?
הם
מה
עשו
שלומך
כל כך
יותר
הרבה
נכון?
שינויים שאני כבר, אני מרגיש כאילו אני לא יודע מה אני עושה עוד הפעם.
כן, אמרת לי, זה פשוט ללמוד את המשחק עוד פעם. אגב, עכשיו שומעים אותי שונה ממקודם? או שאותו דבר?
כן,
אותו
זה נשמע
דבר.
יותר איכותי.
לא יודע,
יותר
זה נשמע
אותי.
אותו דבר.
עכשיו זה פשוט מחובר לפלאפון במקום למחשב.
מרגיש
מה אמרת
אותו
בן?
דבר,
שהוא נשמע
לא?
שונה? הוא נשמע בדיוק אותו דבר.
רציני.
נשמע בדיוק אותו דבר.
אוקיי. היי בוטן. את צובטת אותי כרגיל. בואי פה. לא יודע. אם יש משהו שונה וזה יותר טוב, לכו על זה. I do not know.
מה? כן. טו-טו-טו-טו-טו-טו-טו.
טוט.
כגון.
מי מצטרף אליי בסבל של Path of Exile?
Нет, me probably. פיזוס, אבל אמרת 30,000 שורות לפאצ' נוטס.
זה מה שהיה, כן. אבל לך זה
הזוי.
לא רלוונטי, אז אני לא יודע מה אתה אומר
לא, זה
על
לא
זה.
רלוונטי, כי זה נשמע הזוי עדיין, כפאצ' נוט למשחק, 30,000 שורות, אני מבין את זה. לא
80
משחק,
עמודים, או 76, לא יודע כמה זה.
בדיוק, כבר מוקצן, הזוי. טוב, הם עובדים על זה אבל הרבה חודשים כנראה, לא?
כל 4 חודש יש אפדייט.
כל 4 חודש כאילו שינוי עונה, יעני?
יס.
עשי. וואה.
אבל הפעם זה הולך להיות ליג טסטינג ליג. לפיצ'רים שיהיה בפאת' אוף אקסל 2.
כמו שוואלב עשו נגיד עם דוטה 2 ו-CS בנוגע
אני לא
לסורס
יודע.
2 או לא? בגין.
היה טוב קידו.
לילה טוב, קיטו.
לילה טוב כאילו.
איזה די נו.
כמה פעמים אתמול נרדמת?
נרדם לכם
וואלה.
בישיבה?
וואו וואו,
הוא עייף מאוד.
זה אחד עמוק. קיטו, איך המיטה?
כן. איזה, הוא מעדיף להירדם על המקלדת.
לא, עזוב אותי בשקט.
לא.
פשוט ריאליים ומנסים לעזור לך לחזור למיטה או לישון בצורה נורמלית נראה לי.
לא רוצה.
אוקיי.
לא רוצים אותך פה. לא מובן.
לי אין בעיה דווקא שירדם פה. אבל זה לא בריא. או פחות בריא.
ניבו.
נבה.
ניבה, ניבה.
נבה, נבה. זה פאקינג הזוי, אני ליטרלי לא שומע כלום עם הנויז קנצלינג הזה. נאדה.
גועל נפש.
זה הזוי אחי, אני יכול להיות
זה
באמצע... כן.
איך.
אני לא חושב שהם הלכו על האופן כי הם רצו שזה יהיה באסי בשביל ה-Active Noise Cancelling. ככה זה באמת מבודד אותך.
הייתי בהתחלה עם... איך קוראים לזה?
Closeback. עם
closed, ואז השתמשתי בקלאוד אלפא שהם סמי אופן כאלה, יש להם חורים.
כן.
יש להם תחורים.
כן, יש
כן,
להם
יש להם
חורים
תחורים.
בקפסל.
לא, הוא אמר תחורים. יעני, איזה בתחת.
קיצר, נשברו לי, אז עברתי ל-DT 770 שסגור ואני לא סובל את זה.
לא יודע, אני אוהב סגור. עדיף את זה מאשר פתוח.
אני לא יכול... לפעמים אני צועק ואני לא שם לב. בגלל
משהו
שזה...
מגניב עם ה... כן, משהו מגניב דווקא...
לא יודע, יותר
בסניף הזה,
איכותי סגור. כאילו, האיכות סאונד לדעתי.
זה תלוי מה אתה מחפש. כי זה... לא, אני שמתי לב שזה תלוי בז'אנרה. כי אם אתה מחפש דיוק של כיוונים ופידליטי, כאילו פתיחות, אתה רוצה אופנבק. אבל אם אתה מחפש בסים, פיצוצים, דברים עם עוצמה, אתה רוצה קלוז. כי פיצוצים ודברים סגורים ירגישו יותר עוצמתיים וטובים בקלוז, אבל צעדים או כיוונים ודברים כאלה אתה רוצה אופן כדי שיהיה לך את ה... יש לזה שם.
אני פשוט מדבר על סאונד קואליטי אוברול, נשמע יותר טוב באופן. לדעתי.
כי יש לא רום קורקשן, יש לזה שם. כי הצליל מתחבר עם הזה ואתה מקבל יותר פידליטי. פידליטי, כן, זה מרגיש כאילו פחות אטום. יותר וייברנט כזה.
ואני לא אוהב איך שהטום נשמע.
אני עברתי כמה פעמים, אבל עד עכשיו לא היו לי אוזניות ברמה הזאתי שהן closed back. והקטע גם עם ה-Active Noise Cancelling יש לו מוד טרנספרנט, שזה יעני משתמש במיקרופון להשמיע לך משהו קורה בחוץ. זה חמוד, אבל...
כמו שיש את זה גם באיירפודס.
כן, יש את זה בכל מכשיר שיש לו Active Noise Cancelling כנראה, כי זה משתמש במקום במיקרופון בשביל לבטל רעשים, זה פשוט משמיע לך את מה שהוא שומע. אבל המוזיקה, Closed Back פשוט מכניס אותך לחוויה ב100%. בסרטים, דברים כאלה. נגיד, אבל כאילו במובייל יש להם אפליקציה, אבל אני לא ראיתי איזה משהו שקשור למיקרופון. ישנם... הדפון. את זה. שזה, יש להם סאונד, זה אמביאנט סאונד עם נויס קנצלינג, מה אני מגדיר? איקולייזר. אופטימייז, זה. אני צריך להגדיר את זה ל-360 מתישהו. DSEE, רגע, זה מוכר לי. אמור להיות דולק נראה לי. למה?
וואו, אף אחד לא יצא מהקיו עד עכשיו, אני באמת מתפלא.
שיש לך קיו של 200,000 איש, למה שמישהו יצא?
אני 19,825 בקיו, אבל אף אחד לא יצא מאז. זה, איך שזה התחיל, זה עד עכשיו ככה.
לא, בטח הוא רק עולה גם.
ברור, כן, יש 170,000 אנשים עכשיו בסטים. במשחק. לפי מה שזה נראה, זה הולך להיות באמת סיזן הכי טוב עד עכשיו. by far. אני צריך בילד טנקי הפעם. אני לא יכול לשרוד בוסים. שאמרת בן, אני מסכים איתך לגמרי בנוגע לקטע של האם אתה מגיע לסוף אם אתה יוצר עוד דמות למשל, אז אתה יכול להגיע למקס לבל. הם עשו את זה דפוק מדי. עובר עם האצבע שלי על השיניים שלי, ואחת מהשיניים מסתבר יותר ארוכות מהאחרות? מה? כן. איזה הזיה, לא שמתי לב. אחת מהשיניים הקדמיות יותר ארוכה מהשנייה. Let me in! עוד דקה אחת אמור להתחיל. מעניין לדעת כמה מהר המספר ירד. איזה שיטוב, בוא נראה כמה מהר אנשים נכנסים למשחק עם הקיו הזה. זה אני 20,000 בקיו. יש 170,000 רק דרך סטים.
The queue not going down.
What number are you?
4,902.
Oh, you're much closer.
Oh, there we go. It started. It's going down.
Let me in.
That's what I said like 2 minutes ago. It's surprisingly slower than I thought. But I guess like only a few servers a lot. I imagine it will go then faster if the rest of the servers are up. And I must have throttled it. 100%. The amount of people that go in, they must have throttled it because it's very slow.
73, 32. I'm in.
Nice.
You're in.
Settlers. Duelist.
Nah. So how much time do you have to play the league?
27 minutes.
Nah, unlucky.
Yeah.
Skip walk.
Probably gonna get to Act 3 then go sleep probably. Maybe Act 2, I don't know. One oh. I don't remember. 1.5 maybe.
Well, there are too many acts in this game.
Actually,
aren't
it might take more because I usually do every single mission even if it's useless.
there? That's actually what I usually do in games. Kind of fun to feel, push.
Cool health bar.
They changed
Ooh.
it?
It looks cool. I like it.
You spoiled me, you bitch.
What do you mean I
What?
fucking linked you it?
You linked me. Well. Maybe I didn't notice.
Wait, why are items not showing for me?
Oh, the static life bars. Isn't that
Yeah.
only for bosses though?
Yeah.
Oh, so wait, you're never mind. I see. You're facing the guy on the beach. Okay.
Yeah.
I was confused. I thought they changed the health bar of the player and stuff.
Fucking.
You good?
This saying I'm probably gonna focus on learning about the defense mechanics and how to scale damage better with magic. Do you think the player attention is gonna be good this season?
Yes.
The confident answer. Nice. Yeah, I hope I play more than, like, what is it, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Compared to last season. I don't remember how much I played. I need to find a new name. Random nickname generator.
למה שתקרא לעצמך ריי והשם של הסיזון, כמו תמיד.
That's
Video.
what I do, but I want to do something different this time.
Your OCD would accept it?
Yes. Basti Brendan. Random game nickname generator.
קרא לעצמך פוטטו אנג'ל.
No,
אה,
absolutely
די
not.
לגנוב לי את השם. משנה את הדבל אנג'ל. לבריאות.
100 people left in queue. I'm in.
נייס.
Easy.
Just normal. The fuck did I type the name of the season again? Okay, I'm called Banana of Kulgul.
בננה what?
Banana of Kulgul.
Banana of the season. Okay. Alright.
בננה of what?
Kulgul.
Oh,
Of the
אלגור.
season. Kalgul.
Where is it? Bye bye music. Die, bitch. Wait, the menu feels faster. The load time. The fuck?
New optimizations? Without
I
pixel
don't know,
changes,
just the
maybe?
game just feels a lot better than normal.
Maybe some of the code changes were optimizations.
Life has meaning again, and so it begins. Goomba smash. Where's the boss? Come on, you piece of shit. Where you at? Oh, nice HP ball. What? There's someone in the Apple prison already?
What does it mean?
Talk about being fast.
What's the world record of the fastest clear of the story?
I do not know. You need. Oh! Really? He's here already? Cool. Okay, okay. I told myself I will do ice. El ice. Fuck, I forgot to sell them. Oh my god. Oh, she doesn't get the health ball, okay. That's interesting. Oh yeah, okay. Don't have a movement skill yet. Already in the ship graveyard. Ah damn. Hey, that's my first gold. Oh, not really. The fuck is this? Ah. I found iron.
resources.
Oh no, why are you here? Fuck off. Oh no. I died it.
Нет, good.
Banana of Kalgul has been slain.
Banana.
Dude, what the fuck? How long do they keep spawning for?
Until you kill the pods.
Oh my god, they do so much damage. Oh, these guys, I see. Dude, this is unlucky. Fucking hail like spawned on the thing as well. Son of a bitch. Now I have to deal with both of the enemies and the boss. Mini boss thing.
You got him.
Oh my god, these guys deal so much damage. I'm fucking dead. I can't do shit. Come on. I died 5 times already. Okay, I need to take him away. Okay. This fucker is down. There we go. Done. Oh, finally.
doing it. Oh, someone's attacking you.
This thing kills me really well. Not this.
Who did? Who did? Mate. Rip.
Need to fix my stashes again.
So confused. Why is that a thing now?
I completely forgot about the loot filter. Stop priority, so I'm gonna Is it not load collector? What?
Something is not right.
It's
Yes. Well, I think I'll be willing you good night for now. And
now it works.
so it's successfully. Anyways,
Good night.
good night and stuff. Yeah. Au revoir.
איזה כיף.
Northern Forest already. These people just... They probably use the smoke mine, don't they?
Don't know.
Just taking my time.
Best thing to do early. Well, I gotta go.
Yeah, that sucks.
Whatever.
Good Like at work.
Yeah, one nice check of the shop. Nope, they don't have what I need. Oh. Right, catch you later.
Bye.
ביי.
הרי לא קיבל קליל. סאץ'. וואו. למה לא את האזור הזה? תמיד נשאר איזה אויב אחד חי באיזושהי פינה? אהה. צריך עם... Spell damage to spells and attacks, אבל physical damage עבור אותו multiplier. attack speed לא רלוונטי. אז זאת העיר שאתה הולך לבנות. זה ה-currency exchange. נחמד. וואו, גם כל הקלפים פה. קול. נכנס לאיוד. Ascalon Kings managed to find a way to establish mining. המסבך. קוליו, קוליו. פה צ'יקנס? אתה לא יכול להרוג את הציפורים? איזה מאכזב.
Get good.
וגם את הצ'יקנס.
Get good.
לא רוצה. הרבה עבודה להשתפר או משהו.
איזה שמח פתאום. רום.
רום שמח.
אני אומר איזה שמח פתאום. כן.
צטט לטרז'רי. בואנה, what the fuck? יואו, זה ייקח הרבה זמן. 12 דקות עד שהם יסיימו לעשות לזה מיין? איזה הזיה זה שהם הפכו את המשחק הזה לבייסיקלי מובייל גיים?
מה הכוונה?
זה בסיזן הזה הם הוסיפו שאתה יכול לבנות עיר וזה?
הגיוני אבל שיהיה לך קולדאון לדברים כאלה. כל משחקי...
לא, זו פעם ראשונה שהם עושים את זה.
לא, אין בעיה, אבל כל משחקים בסגנון שיש לך פנייה וזה תמיד לוקח זמן, יש לך קולדאון.
לא תמיד. זה ספציפית, הם עושים טסט ל-real time stuff. כאילו שיש לך עובדים וזה, שהם עובדים בזמן אמת. כולל בלילה. קצת סלייב לא מזיק. יש לי 0 גולד.
הם אמור להבין בזה. בדיוק. אני גם. זה שי שלח לי. אני לא בשיתוף. שבשיתוף זה ש... אפס תופים. סאג. נראה לי אם אתה הולך לערוץ שלו או משהו שם, לא יודע.
אוקיי, אני לקחתי מיניונס רק בשביל שהם יעזרו לי טיפה בארלי גיים, אבל עכשיו אני חושב על זה, אולי אני אתפקס על מיניונס.
God damn it.
תמיד קורה לי. Second guessing myself. אמרתי, אני אעשה קרקטר שנתפקס על קרח, כי זה מגניב. אבל עכשיו אני כזה מזמן מיניונס. אני כזה, אולי מיניונס במקום. ואני אמרתי את זה כבר איזה 5 פעמים שאני אשחק עם אייס, ואני לא עושה את זה.
Ice, ice, baby.
עם קרח. אני לא אוהב את זה. אויב אסנס על ההתחלה? Thank you. לא, כן, אני די עצלן, אני כנראה כן אעשה מיניונס. די, על ההתחלה? איזה בור. טריפל דמג'. טריפל דמג' בור, אל תחדש לך בזה. האדם הולך לקבל קרי רצח. טמפל. אשכרה, בוא'נה, הם עושים ספידון למשחק הזה כמו לא יודע מה. הם כבר הגיעו לשם. בלונה מסטמפל! איזה זריזים האנשים האלה, זה משהו. חולי נפש. הנה, תודה רבה. זה עצוב נראה האינבנטורי שלי, זה משהו.
Narrator. Narrator. Off.
אבל בלהשיג את הגלרי, ברו, יש לו כבר את NPC שמביא הכל? וואו. מעניין. לא ציפיתי שאני אראה את זה עכשיו. לקבל את האינפרנל ליג'ן. הדמג' שלי נמוך מדי. Oh why? +1 to the all physics. Why? It's useless. Valve of chance. יס. כל הדמג' שלי יעלה עכשיו. אהה. מזכיר לי, איך אני שם סקינים עוד הפעם? אוקיי. ביי.
זהו. אתה רוצה... נו? האם איך הוא מזה דיפ רוק? אבל אתה... איך הוא מזה? אתה לא סיימת את זה גם ככה. אתה מיינקראפט. לא שאלתי על עכשיו ספציפית. גם תרם לי. צריך לפרוש פה מהמיינקראפט רק. אני בבית. תראי מה קורה. ביי.
I've been a long-time stalker of this page, and I have a story of my own that still haunts me to this day. Let me set the scene for you. I was 7 years old, currently 25, and my mother was dating a man who had a daughter who was around 15. Her name was Christy. While she didn't live with us, she did stay with us some weekends. The reason this is important will come into play a little later. I grew up in a moderately isolated area in the south. My mother's house is on about 90 acres, most of it being heavily wooded. For the most part, it was quiet, the type of place most people don't even lock their doors, and everyone knows each other. It was quiet, until one sequence of events shook my community to its core. There was a man, just 2 streets over from mine, who murdered his girlfriend and mother son Nari. I'm a male living in South Korea. My cousin, Nari, used to be an Airbnb hostess here in Seoul. The site's become massive. There's something like 2 million properties listed on it, so no matter where you're traveling to in the world, chances are that there's somebody with a room, or a condo, or even an entire house to rent. During her time hosting, Nari met a whole bunch of colourful characters. There were the sweet older couple that came to stay with her 8 times while visiting friends in the city. There was the guy who insisted on bringing his dog with him, this little rat-sized chihuahua that was about half the size of my cat's. There were a few people who were high maintenance, and there were a few who were really chilled, and ended up joining us for drinks at the bar down the street. I never hosted personally, but I'd help Nari out with her bookings if she had to work late and needed someone to meet her guests. Well, for all the good people, there was Mr. Park. He was this creepy, balding guy that stayed with Nari for a week while he was in town on business. At least, he said that was his reason anyway. I think we were both relieved when he left. I'd met him once, and didn't like the vibe I got off the guy, and there wasn't much she could do to kick him out early or anything, lest he gave her a bad review and dropped her score on the site. After he left, Nari discovered a weird plastic thing he had left in the shower. Turns out, he had left his slimy, fake vagina masturbation aid sitting next to her soap. I took one look and had to explain to her what it was. I remember her picking it up in a plastic bag, like the way people scoop up dog shit on the street. From then on, Nari was pretty picky when it came to who she let stay. One weekend, Nari had to leave for a business trip, so she left me the spare key. She had a booking coming up, a young woman named Sumi, and I was to play host. We'll just call her Sue from here. Sue checked in, got the key from me, and put her suitcase in the spare room. I didn't see any more of her that Friday, or for the rest of the weekend, and I figured she was out enjoying herself. Not too long after that, I could have sworn I saw Mr. Park in our local grocery store. Same balding head, same vibe, but he was at one end of the aisle and I the other. I got that feeling like I was being watched, but when I looked directly, he was gone. At the time, I shrugged it off, figured it had to be some other balding guy, and I was just projecting my anxiety. Now, the building I live in is fairly old, which means that the walls are pretty thick, and noise tends to only travel in the hallway. If I'm waiting for the elevator, I can occasionally hear someone's TV if it's really loud, but that's about it. That Monday morning, I was woken up far too early by a pounding sound. It was maybe 6 or 6:30 in the morning, and the sun was barely up. At that point, I was pissed. I threw on a housecoat and yanked open the front door without bothering to look in the peephole. I was greeted by 2 very tense policemen. They asked for my name, and if I knew the young woman who lived across the hall from me, pointing to Nari's apartment. Without thinking, I ran across the hall and through the open door, just knowing in my gut that Nari was supposed to be returning that morning, and that something must be wrong if there were police at my door. The cops yelled for me to wait, but I was on autopilot. At first, I thought someone had robbed the place. Her TV was smashed. Her couch was ripped apart like it had been mauled by a bear. Her photos were buried under broken glass. Her laptop had practically melted into the floor. And then I realized, in some part of my brain, that her TV and laptop wouldn't be here if it was a simple robbery. And that's when I smelled it. Death has a certain stench to it. Sometimes, if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, like a hospital corridor, you'll get a whiff of it. What I smelled was a full-on, closed-handed fist slug into the face. In a panic, I couldn't stop myself. I flung open the first bedroom door. Nari's room looked just like the living room, but she wasn't in it. By this time, the officers had caught up with me and were trying to steer me back out of the unit, but I broke free of their grasp and flung open the spare bedroom door. Inside was what was left of Sue. We get so desensitized to violence on TV that when we're actually confronted with it in real life, it seems almost absurd, like it's totally unreal. She had literally been torn to shreds with a knife. Just from smelling the air alone, I could taste that metallic flavor of blood in the back of my mouth. I showered several times a day for the next week and could not get that taste, that smell out of my hair or skin. It turns out that Sue had been there since Friday night. Nari got home a few hours later. By that time, the forensics team had already been in and out and were starting to clean up the scene. I couldn't tell her about what I'd seen. I just remember hugging her. While investigating, the police had found a second set of keys. This meant there was actually a third set of keys to Nari's place, and those keys had prints. 3 guesses as to who they traced back to. Mr. Park. Park had made a set of keys while staying at Nari's, and he wasn't here on business as he had claimed. It turns out he lived about 15 minutes outside of the city. Security camera footage showed him coming into the building that Friday night, and him lurking around outside for the past month prior to that, just after his stay. Surprisingly, Park confessed to the murder, said he didn't know that Nari would be out of town, that he hadn't known she had had a guest that weekend. His wife had recently left him and taken the kids with her, and Nari reminded him of a younger version of his wife. Nari and I have both moved buildings since then. I still can't believe that all of this came because of broken trust. By giving a stranger a safe place to stay, by letting him into her home, this person was so twisted that he thought to make a copy of her key. If it had been any other weekend, Nari would have been at home, and what happened to Sue would have happened to her too. This is a story I didn't personally experience. I was told it by a good friend of mine, Yori, and it takes place in Fukuoka many years ago. It's a pretty wild tale, but Yori's not the kind of guy to just make something like this up. Every time he tells it, he speaks with conviction and sincerity, and I for one totally believe him. In his youth, he had a friend called Takeshi. Now this guy was a real rebel by Japanese standards, especially back in the day. For example, his favorite pastime was apparently getting drunk and then going to a pinsaron. Pinsarons are basically blowjob clubs. Sometimes he'd get all the guys drunk, Yori included, and drag them all along to this dominatrix bar. Ever the showman, Takeshi liked to get on stage and have beautiful women drip hot wax on his body. Yori's got a million of these stories, so his old rebellious chum must have been quite fun to be around. As their group of friends got older, they all started to mature. All of them, that is, except for Takeshi. He still went out pretty much nightly. Considering Takeshi's lifestyle, it didn't surprise Yori all that much when he told him about his new girlfriend. a girl he had met at a strip club. Her name was Miku. It's not like they happened to just bump into each other. She was actually one of the strippers at this place called Asobi, and they met while she gave him a lap dance. Now, if you think that dating a stripper sounds like a bad idea, then you're a lot smarter than Takeshi was. What the poor guy failed to realize was that Asobi was run by the Yakuza, pretty much the Japanese mafia. These guys are no joke, and even wannabe tough guys like Takeshi knew better than to meddle in their affairs. Problem was, he had been hanging around with Miku for the past 2 weeks before she dropped this bombshell. According to Yori, Miku was crazy. Like real stripper crazy. She was also totally obsessed with Takeshi, and would momentarily lose her mind if she even saw him glance in the direction of another girl. Or, God forbid, if one tried to talk to him. Takeshi was a good-looking guy, so this happened more than once. He'd have to pry her off them, kicking and screaming. Then, as quickly as she had lost her shit, she'd zen out and be totally normal again. Takeshi had been thinking about cutting things off with her, since she was just major trouble. This new Yakuza development pushed him to do so. He dumped her as soon as she told him, calling her crazy, a mental train wreck, and that even though she was hot, she was nowhere near hot enough to risk a Yakuza beating. She went ballistic, right there in the middle of the street, with everyone standing around. Said that she didn't want her boyfriend to say such horrible things about her, but that if he apologized, she'd forgive him because she just loved him that much. If he didn't apologize, she'd make sure he never called her such things again. She'd make him eat those words. He told her where to stick it, turned his back on her and walked away. In Takeshi's head, that was the end of it. That night, Takeshi went out for some drinks with the guys to celebrate being a free man again. Told them all about Miku's Yakuza ties, and how he had just dodged a real bullet. He joked about how she had gone crazy in the street. Well, Yori and the guys warned him to stay safe. Miku was unstable after all. Brushing off their concern, Takeshi stumbled home and into bed. In the early hours of the morning, a visitor came knocking. It was Miku, and she wasn't alone. A couple of Yakuza goons held down Takeshi, while Miku produced a pair of scissors. The gangsters wrenched Takeshi's mouth open and pulled out his tongue. "I warned you this would happen, my love," she said. "I just hate it when you say such horrible things." With the pair of scissors in one hand, Miku held his tongue tight and went to work. Turns out she was a girl of her word, and Takeshi really was forced to eat his. He developed a bit of a speech impediment after that, as you can probably imagine. With the police not willing to get involved in Yakuza business, Takeshi was left up shit creek without a paddle. Miku actually wanted to keep their relationship going, and what Miku wanted, Miku got. Yori said that Takeshi wasn't about to roll over and become some sort of boyfriend slave. Through gargled words, he told him that he planned on getting rid of Miku, one way or another. I asked Yori if he was successful or not. He said he didn't know. Takeshi went missing not long after, and nobody ever heard from him again. Miku suddenly stopped working at Asobi, and the police only half-heartedly looked into the case. The way Yori sees it, 3 things could have happened to Takeshi. Scenario 1. He used his brain for once in his life, took his car and fled the city, started a new life somewhere. Scenario 2. The Yakuza got to him and took him out to the hills, buried him in a deep grave, hopefully not still alive. Or Scenario 3. The Yakuza got to him with Miku, and are keeping him somewhere as her plaything. He really hopes it's not that last one. "2 months after my brother and his wife bought a new house, they had to go out of town and needed their cats fed. Their house and my office are both a good drive from my apartment, but only a few minutes from each other. My brother said if I wanted, I could just stay over in the guest room rather than driving among the 3 places. So I got the keys and instructions and planned to stay there for 3 nights. Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Monday evening was uneventful until around midnight. I was lying on the living room couch watching Conan, with a cat lying on my chest. I started to drift off to sleep. The next thing I knew, I was standing in pitch black darkness. I completely freaked out. I had no Number 1. I was out doing some spelunking with some friends and family in some deep caves. For those of you who don't know, spelunking is just another word for cave exploring. As we were heading out, we found a slit about knee-high in the rock. Getting on your stomach, there was a tight squeeze you could get into, and it led to a small crawl space in the rock, with quartz growing on the ceiling. It made a beautiful crystal display. We went in one by one, and if you're at all claustrophobic, this place would have been your living nightmare. Most of the time while you crawled through, you could feel the ceiling on your back and the floor on your stomach every time you took a breath. We went deep inside, and it was just incredible, like a small world tucked away within solid rock. I had made it in as deep as I could go before the path wound to the left and became covered with sedimental stalagmites and stalactites. Everyone was having a grand time when we started feeling some trickles of water on our backs. Turns out it was raining outside, and with the way that the crawl space dipped down before flattening out, this whole place would fill up with rainwater pretty damn quickly. The only way for it to drain out was the way we had come in. It started as trickles before turning into streams. After a few moments, it was starting to pool up. I was the furthest away from the exit, and to get out, you could only crawl flat on your stomach, with jagged crystals pointing down from the ceiling. I started to panic. Everyone crawled out as fast as they could, as the water kept flooding in, the streams growing larger and stronger. We left one at a time as fast as we could, but it wasn't fast enough. I could feel the water coming up to my chin as I crawled behind my brother. Each inch I took forward felt so painfully slow that I could feel the walls compress around me, and the water was unrelenting, now splashing against my panicked squirms. I got out just as the water was up to my lips. Thankfully, everyone made it out safely. I'm not eager to try that again. Number 2. Recently, and by recently, I mean like 8 months ago, I moved to an island in the South Pacific, and have gotten the hiking bug. So I try and get out to new locations as much as I possibly can, what with work eating into my precious time and all. This happened about 2 weeks ago. Since I live in the South Pacific region, it gets mighty hot, driving all but the most insane hikers indoors unless it's at night. Of course, I'm not a masochist, so I try to do all my hiking in the early hours of the morning, or in the evening when it starts getting cool. I've never been afraid of going hiking by myself. I did it when I lived in Oregon, and never ran into any problems. But then again, my island isn't my friendly home state. I always carry pepper spray, and when I used to go hiking in Montana and Wyoming, I would sometimes carry a handgun to ward off anything I couldn't handle by myself, whether that be a bear or a person. But I had always gotten off considerably lucky. I got to the trailhead at about 6:30 in the evening. The trail was called 1,000 Steps, but in all honesty, it was mostly just a walk straight down to the cliff, and then a grueling journey back up. I didn't want to go, but my dog, Mad Moxie, needed to be walked, and I had done the hike so many times, I could have probably done it in my sleep. The first thing I noticed when I pulled up was an old, rickety, rusted-out blue pickup truck with a big plastic tarp over the bed to keep the rain out. These are pretty common on the island, affectionately earning them the name Guam Bombs. I didn't think much of it as I hooked up Moxie and started heading down to the trail, trying my best to ignore the mosquitoes that were making a meal out of my exposed neck. Heading down to the trail was relatively easy. Avoiding the banana spiderwebs, I felt the stress of my day slowly unwind as the underbrush grew darker and night approached. I made it all the way down to the water's edge when I noticed a man standing about 100 yards away. It was dark enough now that I could only see his silhouette, so I have no idea whether he was looking at me or at the water, but I chose to ignore him and instead pull Moxie's ball from my backpack and throw it for her a few times to get all her wiggles out. After some time, the man started walking over to me and stopped maybe about 10 feet away. Now, I'm not a tiny waif of a woman. I'm 23 years old, and I stand at about 5'6". This guy was just a couple of inches taller than me, but something about him just felt weird. "Evening," I greeted him, as he nodded and looked down at Moxie, who had just returned from running after her ball. I stooped down to pet her now sweaty head, as the man kept his eyes trained on my dog. "Can I help you, sir?" "Pretty dog," he responded mildly. "You alone?" "I have my dog," I said lamely, trying to sound braver than I was feeling. "I'm never alone." I tried to emphasize on the fact that I had my dog with me, but the man seemed unfazed by my statement. "Oh, have a good night." With that, he turned around and started walking back towards the trailhead. I watched his shadow disappear into the trees and waited for about half an hour before I too started walking back towards the path, my mind on high alert as Moxie pulled me through the trees and up the cliffside. The crickets pierced the night as I climbed the steps, illuminated by my flashlight. My hands were full with Moxie's leash and my light, but you could bet your buns I'd have my pepper spray out if I had an extra hand. Finally, my light pierced the trees at the top, and I practically booked it up the hill. When I got to the top, I nearly shat myself. The rusted blue pickup truck was sitting in the parking lot still, but their passenger side door was practically touching my car's driver's side. Inside the car, I could faintly see two men sitting in the cab, and I could feel them watching me. Slowly, I approached my car, walking as far over to the passenger side as I could, and kept Moxie with me as close as possible. I opened the door and crawled over to the driver's side. At that moment, the door of the pickup truck flew open, and my dog started going apeshit, barking at the two people who were now outside of their car, and trying to break into mine. Heart in my chest, I rammed the keys into the ignition, and tore out of the parking lot so quickly, I nearly took my mirror off. I called my mum as soon as I got home, and she begged me to call the police. Unfortunately, the police here on the island aren't as vigilant as they are on the mainland, and that area is known for car thefts, muggings, and other debaucheries, as I learned from my co-workers later that week. One thing stands out though. Earlier this month, another girl actually disappeared from that area without a trace, and it makes me wonder if the men in the blue pickup truck didn't have something to do with it. If I hadn't had Moxie with me, could that have been me? If I learned anything from this experience, it's that for my lady hiker friends, please always take pepper spray with you, go hiking in groups, and always let someone know where you're going. It might just save your life someday. Story update. I did call the cops about the missing female and the truck I saw. They said they'd investigate into it. So far, I haven't heard anything, but I fear for this woman's life and realize how easily it could have been my own. Also, I realize that hiking alone, especially as a female, is a dangerous pastime, and I do realize again how foolish and naive I was being. But I have learned and plan to not hike alone anymore. Number 3. I worked for a bit as a deckhand on fishing boats out of San Diego. A few times we would come across deserted smaller boats, pangas, drifting with outlandishly big motors. Every time, the captain would just cut hard port or starboard to get away from them as quickly as possible. I knew they were drug-running boats that had probably dropped off their cargo, but I'd check them out with my binoculars if I was close enough. One had 2 people on it. Both had clearly been shot a bunch of times, and one was still moving and fairly alive. I told the captain, got a disapproving headshake, and we were on our way. Number 4. When I was 10, we went to visit family in Mexico. My cousin and I were walking down the street on our own to the store. We were on a sidewalk that was dangerously close to a 2-lane main road in this small town. 2 12 to 14-year-old kids sped past on a moped. They were in the wrong lane. When they swerved to miss an oncoming bus, they slammed into the back of a flatbed tow truck. The flatbed ramp thing on those is sharp as hell, and the impact was gruesome. The older of the kids, who was driving, was cut in half midway up his chest. He was cut right under his pectoral line, and his arms were cut in half way up his biceps. The top half sat perfectly upright on the bed of the truck, and his severed arms were still holding on to the handles. The kid who was riding behind him was torn open and bent back at a 90-degree angle, with his spine being the only thing keeping his top half from falling off. His arms were flailing around for a brief moment before he died. That whole image, along with every sound, are still incredibly vivid in my memory, even after 16 years. Number 1. I'm an 18-year-old male. I have an extremely large Alsatian dog, which needs to be walked about 3 times a day for an hour. I'm a large guy, and on the day of this encounter, I was wearing an extremely large, padded black leather jacket with black skinny jeans. My house is close to a large state park. I walk my dog there daily. I always take a secluded path off the main trail. There are 2 of these paths which run parallel to each other, about 20 meters apart. One path runs adjacent to a river, over which there's an abandoned house. The other path is higher up, and overlooks the one next to the river. This whole area is heavily wooded. I left my house, and started walking my dog at around 1 PM. I take the main trail until reaching the secluded paths. I take the path closest to the river so that my dog can go swimming. As I get around 1 mile in, I hear people talking from up and around the corner of the pathway. I put my dog on a tight leash as I slowly walk up the hill and around this corner. As I look for the source of the noise, I see a lady in a pink blazer sitting on the ground, talking to another man who's also on the ground. As I approached, I realized that something was wrong. The woman was smiling. The man was sitting halfway down the hill, almost in the river, with his bike upturned next to him. It appeared to be some sort of accident. The path wasn't slippery, but it was steep and narrow. The drop at this section of the path was around 8 meters of sharp rock into a white river. That's when I hear the pink lady say, "Someone's coming." The man grumbles something. I couldn't hear what. "How do you know that?" the lady replied. My dog started crying and walked just off the path to go and investigate. I pull him back. I ask the woman if everything's okay. She gives no response, just smiles at me and looks towards the older, balding man. We stare at each other for a second, and I get a better look at her before continuing to walk down the path. Let me describe this lady in even more detail. She wore a bright pink blazer with camouflage trousers and large hunting boots. She had to be at least in her late 40s. If any of you have seen the Harry Potter films, just think of Dolores Umbridge, and you'll have a good idea of what she looked like. After 10 minutes, the path forks back, or ceases to continue. I decide to walk back, but this time not on the same path. I end up back at the main trail. I start to walk home, but I get a feeling in my gut that I should turn back. After all, that man could have been seriously injured, and the woman may have just been intimidated by my sudden presence or my grotesquely large dog. As I walk back down the path, I see this pink lady stop 2 young boys, no older than 12, and say something about the man being stuck and needing their help. Instead of going down the path where the man was situated, I took the back path which overlooked the river. As I look down, I'm shocked. The man is moving his bike to a steeper part of the path, and then he lies down to look like he's injured. This lady was luring these boys to this obviously uninjured man who had just staged an accident. I tried to phone 101, the non-emergency number in my country, but I had no credit left. The pink lady had left by this point and was nowhere to be seen. I decide I have to loop back around and walk down that path. It takes me 10 minutes to do so. As I get around there, the lady and man are arguing. Their conversation went something like, "Now where are we meant to go? If you weren't such a spooky bitch, those boys would have come down. Hey, you were the one that said we couldn't tackle that big guy." At this moment, I go into a panic. I make my presence clear and approach them quickly. I have to get past them as quickly as I can. I pull my dog closer to me as I'm passing them on this narrow pathway, less than a meter in length. The man gives me the dirtiest of looks, while the lady gives me the toothiest yellow smile I have ever seen. I'm not afraid to admit it. I was scared. I run as quick as I can out of those woods. When I do get out, I pass a member of the local government while walking past the parking lot and tell him what I had witnessed and heard. Fortunately, the boys the lady was talking to had already reported the suspicious activity. Apparently, the lady was claiming that her husband had fallen off the path and needed some help. The boys didn't fall for it. The government official had called the police as soon as the boys told him. I quickly left and won't be returning to that part of the woods for a good long while. So, creepy pink lady, if you ever hear this, I hope you got caught for whatever sick thing you were plotting. In a hopefully unrelated side note, a body was found in that area 2 years prior. If you'd like, I could write up about that incident as well. Keep me posted. Number 2. Someone knew where I put my spare key and tried to break into my house tonight. Fortunately, the key doesn't work if the door is locked from the inside. Even though my family left for the weekend, whoever tried to break in definitely knew I was inside. I was up until 3 AM with all of the lights on. My dog, who slept in my room, didn't hear anything either. Or maybe I just didn't hear my dog. The weirdest thing is that I'm the only one in my family who uses the spare key, and I hide it in a very safe spot that can't be found accidentally. This person must have been stalking me. This is how I found the door this morning when I let my dog out. Number 3. My husband, son and I moved into government housing 7 years ago after being on the list for 10 miserable years. We love our house. Since we moved in though, we've had someone messing with us. The first thing that happened was that our power kept being turned off a couple of times a night for a few months. Then, I had 2 distinctive pieces of clothing go missing. I'm a goth. Pretty much my whole wardrobe is black. One of these items was a little grey and black striped t-shirt of an unusual shape, and the other, much harder to lose in an all-black wardrobe, was a hand-embroidered, raspberry red dress. 2 years they were gone. We came home one day, and they were laid out on our bed. In the meantime, a lot of strange stuff happened. For instance, someone took to eating KFC amongst some pot plants in our backyard. We'd find the remnants. Someone also took to leaving goth women's clothes around our washing line. The first time, it had been very windy outside, and we thought it might have blown in from our neighbor's side. No. My underwear started vanishing from our washing line too. Stuff would get moved around in our house. Things would go missing and then just reappear in super obvious, high-traffic areas they couldn't have possibly been. In one case, placed smack dab in the middle of a table that had just been cleaned off entirely before we left home. The scariest was when they seemed to be focused on my medication. I have severe hypertension. I can't miss my meds. My meds would get taken and reappear in bizarre places they couldn't have gotten to naturally. This went on for 4 years. We would have changed the locks, but we'd been led to believe that this was a breach of our tenancy. This wasn't true, but we didn't find out until much later. Finally, we came home one day and found a bloody handprint on our bathroom wall. That was it. I was planning to call the next day and ask if the landlord could change the locks. However, the next day, without prompting, they rang us and said that they were going to change the locks that week. We hadn't mentioned any of the problems to them ever. Things settled down for nearly a year. Then, it started up again. Quietly at first, just stuff moving around like before. We started putting things up against access points at night, and it stopped as long as we remembered to do that. If we slacked off, it would happen again. 6 months ago, weird shit started happening outside. One night, someone knocked on our door. I went to answer it. There was no one there. I thought nothing of it. I sat down, with my back to the wall nearest to the front door. Bang. A loud thump on the wall, right behind me, and then all along the front wall, like someone was hitting it as they ran away. I wasn't quick enough to catch them. A week or 2 later, I was turning off the TV when I heard a man coughing outside. Couldn't have been more than 3 feet from me. We're set back from the road.
Press enter to enable the narrator.